involved in two ways. One, learning more about whale sharks by going to the website. The second way is swim with a whale shark, take a photo and send that photo with the date and location of sighting, and that'll help us understand more about the numbers and the movements of these whale sharks around the world.
At Perth's Murdoch University, Brad Norman continues his pioneering work in whale shark identification. His efforts have garnered him the prestigious Rolex Award for Enterprise, and he is now an emerging explorer with the National Geographic Society. At Ningaloo Reef, tourists come for the experience of swimming with whale sharks, and at the same time, they help to increase our knowledge of these enigmatic animals.
There's many mysteries to whale sharks. We don't know where they're breeding. We don't know how often they breed. We don't know really where exactly they're migrating to and from, and how many actually are out there. These are points that, as to date, we haven't been able to answer. But as we build the program, we raise the awareness, we get thousands of people involved in helping with the research for whale sharks, I think we can answer the questions.
Holbox is a tiny island northwest of Mexico's Yucatan Peninsula. Remote and isolated, Holbox Island was once reputed to be a haven for pirates. It became a base for fishermen, and now it's a popular tourist destination. The #1 attraction for visitors, whale sharks. Every summer, nutrient-rich water from the Caribbean Sea flows south across the shallow continental shelf. The currents fuel a massive plankton bloom. Like coral spawning events off Ningaloo Reef in Australia, this feast of zooplankton and fish eggs is a magnet for whale sharks. The sharks attract scientists like Denny Ramirez, a marine biologist from the Biological Research Institute in La Paz, Mexico.
Good morning. Good morning. How are you?
The whale sharks also draw tourists, lots of them. Ecotourism has dramatically changed the economy of this tiny island. Fishermen have become tour operators.
This was a village of fishermen, and they would see the whale shark every year. But they never thought it would be something important for them.
The best strategy to find whale sharks: get out on the water early. It can take hours to locate the animals, and there's no aerial spotter planes at Holbox. Rafael de la Parra is the coordinator of the Domino Project, a unique program that partners scientists and tour operators to study the sharks and to regulate tourist activities. And sometimes the best way to find whale sharks is to follow the local tour boats.
They are pretty well organized right now. They will take turns and they will try to not bother the animal. They will wait a little and 3 people in the water at the same time, then they will drift away, then another boat comes and drop his people again, and so on.
Research and tourism go hand in hand at Holbox. Operators let the scientists know where the sharks are and relay basic information, such as the sex and size of the sharks and if they've been tagged. But today, there's only one shark, and that creates a problem. Tour operators take priority, and the researchers must wait for their chance to work on the animal. The standard rule is that tourists go first and scientists go last. Finally, the tour boats are finished for the day. Before the shark has a chance to get away, the researchers spring into action. The first order of business is to implant a yellow ID tag. This is a new shark, one that hasn't been seen or identified before. Denny Ramirez wants to find out how whale sharks from around the world are related genetically, where they're going, and where they're from. do this, she first needs photos to identify them. Denny and other scientists at Holbox send their photo ID images to Brad Norman's database in Australia. Together, researchers around the world are starting to gather a broader understanding of population numbers and global distribution.
What's the number? The number of the picture is 44260.
To learn more about whale shark genetics, she needs to get a DNA sample. She's an expert freediver, but it's still a challenge to keep up with the big animals. Skillfully, she extracts a tiny piece of flesh with a sharp tool. These small samples are key pieces in a genetic puzzle. Back on the surface, Denny carefully unscrews the sharp spear tip which holds a sample of fatty tissue. The flesh goes into a sterile container filled with alcohol to keep the DNA from breaking down.
Good sample?
Sí, una muy buena muestra.
This sample will join hundreds of others back at her lab in La Paz. The final task is implanting an acoustic locator tag which will allow the researchers to track the shark in local waters. But the tag's tether has to go deeper into muscle tissue to ensure it stays in place. It causes the animal some discomfort, and it leaves the scene quickly. The next morning, Denny Ramirez joins a group of scientists from Mote Marine Laboratory and the Georgia Aquarium. These researchers are at Holbox to gather information about everything from what the animals are eating to local water conditions. It all helps with efforts in Georgia to keep their captive animals healthy and happy in their adopted home.
The work that we're doing here in Holbox complements the work that we do at the aquarium in a lot of ways. So we learn a lot in the aquarium setting, and then we also learn a lot in the field. But standing alone, neither one of those is really the complete picture. We're actually looking at what they're eating and why they're there. And so we do that basically by taking plankton tows at every place where we see animals that are actually foraging. Yesterday and the day before, it was fish eggs. Normally it's different types of zooplankton, suggested shrimp, copepods, amphipods, things like that.
While Denny prepares her equipment, there's time to test water conditions.
Please don't put her in gear. It's a lot colder down toward the bottom. Almost 30 degrees at the surface and 24 degrees down, 50 feet down.
Once various studies are completed, the scientists begin searching for sharks. But just like the previous day, the research team has difficulty finding any animals. They have to rely once more on the tour boats. Lured by booming ecotourism, unlicensed and unregulated boats from as far away as Cancun are now crowding an already saturated market.
Whale shark ecotourism has really taken off in the last 5 years. If ecotourism on whale sharks becomes too predominant so that in all areas of the world boats on virtually every animal, I think that the effect is going to be negative in the long run, and I think that ecotourism is going to end up being overall a negative impact on the whale shark population as a whole. I fear that we're going to drive the sharks away from these important areas where they come to feed.
As the tour boats wind down for the day, it's time for the scientists to get to work.
This is a pop-off satellite archival tag. This tag accumulates information on sharks' depth and temperature of the water and the locations of the shark as it migrates. And we insert this dart head underneath the shark's skin, and it rides with the shark then. And then at a preset time, the connection between the tag and the tether releases. In this case, in 90 days, it will come to the surface where it floats and then send all of its data back to us in the laboratory via satellite.
It appears to be another unidentified shark. First, Rafael de la Parra implants an ID tag. The shark now has a number. In just a few short seasons, the team has tagged and identified over 600 animals. Then he quickly gets her DNA sample. And Bob Huter successfully implants the satellite tag. Whether it's Australia or Mexico, whale shark tourism has proven that a live shark is worth more than a dead one. But is this type of tourism harmful to the animals?
The fact that we still don't have a great understanding of the dynamics of their behavior again underscores the importance of us being very careful with this resource and not kill the goose that laid the golden egg. The goose being whale sharks, the golden egg being the economy that it's been driving in terms of ecotourism. We've got to take a very conservative approach in terms of how we allow ecotourism to utilize this resource, just like we would do with fisheries.
One of the best places to snorkel or scuba dive with sharks is, surprisingly, the Georgia Aquarium. It's the #1 tourist attraction in Atlanta, and their 8 million gallon pool is now open. Divers and snorkelers can experience a fisheye view of their immense Ocean Voyager exhibit, home to some very interesting sharks.
The purpose of aquariums across the country, around the world, really is to inspire people to connect with nature. We want to take it to the next level. When you come to the Georgia Aquarium, you're guaranteed to see whale sharks and hammerheads and zebra sharks. It's one thing to look through a window through glass to the animals. It's another thing to be able to get in the water, to be in their environment, to understand what it's like to be an animal in the ocean. If we can get people in there, they become conservationists. They care more.
In the summer of 2008, the Georgia Aquarium opened its main exhibit to scuba divers and snorkelers. The first groups to sign up provided a behind-the-scenes look at their experience.
Well, the first order of business is we're going to vote somebody off this island, okay? And I have immunity, so you guys have to look at each other and decide who you're going to vote off.
A thorough briefing covers safety issues for both the divers and the animals. Species identification, site orientation, and a short video are all part of the experience.
The tunnel and all the windows are made of acrylic material. Are you ready to go diving? Yes, sir. All right.
State-of-the-art scuba gear is prepared for the divers, but there's still one more briefing.
I'm going to run through a few things real quick just to give you a general idea of what's going on in our exhibit today. Also to give you a few guidelines for your safety and for the safety of our animals.
It is a rare treat indeed to scuba dive in an aquarium. Only a handful of facilities around the world allow the general public such intimate access to their exhibits.
Just pretty excited about it. I just hope they fed the sharks.
Many of the participants in the first few days of the program were celebrating birthdays or were signed up by friends or relatives as a gift. Others viewed it simply as a once-in-a-lifetime experience not to be missed.
Okay.
I love you. That's great. Yes! Good birthday present.
You know, it's disconcerting to see your daughter at the bottom of a really large tank of water with a lot of fish. That looked kind of scary.
Although there are many unusual sharks in the Ocean Voyager exhibit, none are as immense or impressive as the whale shark. And there's not just one, there's 4, each the size of a small bus.
Well, it's unbelievable. You know, you dive in the ocean and you have all this beautiful wildlife around you, but it's dispersed. It's kind of a condensed version of all the dives I think I've done before.
It's just an incredible experience to have that much wildlife all confined around you at one time. It's just exhilarating as heck.
That was unbelievable. It was not like anything I've ever done before. I've done a lot of diving, but this is the bomb here.
Scuba divers aren't the only people allowed to swim in the Ocean Voyager exhibit. Each day, a group of snorkelers goes through much of the same routine. But instead of descending to the bottom of the tank, they stay at the surface.
Check that off the bucket list. Swam with dolphins, now with whale sharks. That's good. Gotta squeeze them in. I'm 69 already.
In an aquarium, they're all well fed. There's no threat, there's no worry. They look at you, they ignore you. It's a great feeling, especially for a cameraman who doesn't have to worry about getting nipped in the open ocean. This is a great place. This is where I'm doing all my filming from now on.
Dr. Eric Ritter is a leading authority on shark behavior and a forensic investigator of shark attacks. Ritter has been instrumental in helping to change the popular perception of sharks as terrors of the sea to a vital species which deserves protection. Over the past 2 decades, Eric has introduced hundreds of students, photographers, and biologists to sharks. With a keen passion for the animals and their plight, he is one of few researchers who dares to freely swim with dangerous sharks. Ritter works exclusively outside the protection of a cage.
What I'm studying is the body language of sharks. I'm interested in how sharks express their intentions when they approach humans. Shark-human interaction is a very new field, but it's most likely the very field we need to understand these animals. We cannot just observe them by sitting on boats, sitting in front of aquariums. We have to interact with them. My main theory is that sharks are as predictable as dogs, parrots, cats. Animals that we are comfortable with, animals that we're used to. We're not used to be with sharks. We have to just give them the chance to let them interact with us.
In a unique experiment at Walker's Key, Gary Atkinson and Dr. Ritter attract a handful of large sharks to shallow water. One of Eric's more controversial theories is that dangerous animals like bull and lemon sharks are not inclined to attack humans, even when enticed with bait. He believes attacks are caused by curiosity or mistaken identity and should be referred to more appropriately as shark accidents.
What the fuck is wrong here?
More than 80% of attack victims survive, mainly because sharks realize their mistake and don't return for a second bite. Ritter simulates common attack scenarios, such as those on swimmers in shallow water and those on spearfishermen in deeper seas. Throughout his experiments, fish carcasses are thrown into the surf very near to where he stands or swims.
The most often seen action scenario we have is through exploratory behavior, meaning the animal sees us, not us as a human being, but us as an object. Several factors come together, for example, sound, smell, motion of the object. Sharks, per se, are very curious animals. They have a very high level of hesitance. But if their curiosity takes over at the end, they may grab an object just to get a final idea of what the object could be, because nothing they sense is conclusive. So that's why, in very rare cases, they still grab the object.
In the spring of 2002, after nearly 2 decades and over 1,000 dives with dangerous sharks, Eric's luck finally ran out. He was severely bitten on the leg by a bull shark. A journalist accompanying Eric nervously paced and stirred up debris, reducing visibility. Quickly, the situation turned deadly. A large female bull shark was cornered between the two and lashed out at Eric.
What led to this bite that I had with the bull shark was one of a general situation we've done hundreds and hundreds of times. The person next to me did not stand still as I told him to. He walked back and forth, and so by walking back and forth, he stirred up a lot of sand. And so we lowered the visibility. So it was us who created the situation, not the animals. The second I got bitten, I lifted my leg right away because I had to get out of her mouth. And the problem is, if you have a 400-pound animal attached to you, there's nearly nothing you can do. I mean, you always hear, well, hit an animal, do this, that doesn't work. She let go, I looked at my leg, and I realized, first of all, it's not much left, and second of all, I knew I'm gonna die within the next 2 or 3 hours because I've seen many of these wounds, and I knew how they're gonna end if they do not get proper treatment.
Eric was fortunate. A small plane and its pilot were on the island at the time of the accident. Within 30 minutes of the bite, he was on his way to West Palm Beach, where a team of doctors was waiting. He nearly died due to an enormous loss of blood. Once stabilized, it appeared that he would lose his leg, but skilled surgeons miraculously managed to save it. Months of rehabilitation and a determined will spurred an amazing recovery. Additional reconstructive surgeries and skin grafts helped to restore use of his leg.
The first time I jumped back in the water was about 4 months after my bite. The wound healed so far that I could be in the water 15, 20 minutes. So the first opportunity I had, I jumped right back in at the very spot where I got bitten. I want that everybody sees these animals the way I see them. I wanted to see the animal through my eyes. I see it even more clear what we have to do. We have to destroy the myth, the bad rap of these animals, portray them the way they really are. They're fascinating, incredibly intelligent, curious. So I'm back in the water. I interact with sharks more than ever. So I'd say I do this for the rest of my life.
Dr. Eric Ritter has helped to dramatically change the popular perception of sharks from bloodthirsty killers to vital animals that need our protection. A leading authority on shark behavior, Ritter has spent thousands of hours in the water with sharks. He also devotes much of his time to forensic investigation of attacks, or as he prefers to call them, shark accidents. Although he's certainly pushed his luck many times, Ritter has serious reservations about how far some shark divers are now willing to go for a thrill.
When we go back to the early days of shark diving, you know, we were feeding the reef sharks and everybody was pretty much happy. But in the last few years, these adrenaline junkies, they want to more, bigger and faster. And, you know, now everybody seems to want to dive with tiger sharks, white sharks, big bull sharks, but it's not a safe scenario. In my opinion, it has gone way too far. It's not a question about if it ever happens, it's a question of when does it happen. And who will be blamed? The sharks.
Back home in Florida, one of Eric's new endeavors is the Shark Accident Victims Network. There's a growing need for psychological counseling of bite victims. And today, Ritter's traveling to neighboring Alabama to meet a potential mentor and fellow shark attack victim, Chuck Anderson.
Hey, Chuck. Hey, how you doing?
How you doing? Nice to meet you, finally.
Same here, finally, huh?
Doing okay?
Yeah, how about yourself?
Doing well.
A champion triathlete, Chuck Anderson was swim training for a national competition when a brutal encounter with a bull shark forever changed his life.
It was 6:38 a.m. in the morning, and I took about 2 more strokes in the water, and about that time, boom, it hit me from the bottom. And I started looking around, treading water, and I put my face down in the water, and when I did, it was coming up from the bottom at me. And I just instinctively threw my hands out to push off of him, and when I did, he took all 4 fingers off my right hand, and all that was left was my thumb. Just like a surgeon's scalpel, it just cut them off clean. There was no pain at that stage of the game, so Finn actually was coming through the water at me, but as soon as he got past me, he was attached to my arm, and he immediately took me to the bottom. There's about 15 feet of water, and he went into that feeding frenzy where he was just gnashing from side to side and dragging me across the bottom and on the sand. All of a sudden, my feet started dragging the sand, and I wiggled out from underneath him, and when I did, I pulled real hard, and my arm just stripped off in his mouth, and I fell backwards into about thigh-high water and ran immediately to the beach, and knew that I was a very fortunate man when I got there. Had a big smile on my face, and the lady asked me what I was laughing at, and I said, Karen, I ought to be dead. I'm lucky.
A handful of high-profile shark attacks in 2008 created the usual media frenzy. But the death of the first tourist who actually paid for the privilege of scuba diving with sharks created a firestorm of controversy. Have we finally taken things too far?
To go to the extreme of trying to challenge the sharks, trying to bait the sharks to come around people and to pay money to do this, it's just not natural. I mean, if you're not educated in exactly what you're doing and you're a novice at it, then you're taking a risk. I'm not in favor of it. Each to his own. If somebody wants to get into it, then be aware of what the consequences could be, because I promise you, when a shark gets a hold of you, it's not a good experience.
This was the first fatality in our sport, and it's just something, you know, all of us hope never happens again. I think it made all of us more aware of what could happen. Accidents will change any industry. It makes, you know, us as shark operators more careful with our clients, with our friends, with the people we take in the water. I don't think shark diving has been taken too far. In fact, I don't even think we've scratched the surface yet. There's still a lot of things left to do in the water with these animals. Still a lot of things left to learn, to see. I'm just tickled and excited to be part of that and to be part of helping to push the sport to the next level.
If personal experience leads to empathy and better understanding, there's no question that diving with sharks is a good thing. And even with more scuba divers encountering more sharks, the frequency of attacks has not increased. Whether shark divers are crazy adrenaline junkies, enlightened conservationists, or both, there's no denying their passion for these threatened animals. Many people still share the notion that the only good shark is a dead one. The problem today is that there are far too many dead sharks, and the remaining population is struggling to survive.
The fuck is
And if sharks are to survive, we must all become advocates on their behalf.
This is a true story from Sumatra, Indonesia's big island. And the story goes on. Unlike many other animals, young orangutans are dependent on their mothers for many years. But what if an illness robs them of their eyesight and they don't find any food anymore, no matter how hard they try? Even though this specimen is way too young, the daughter cares for her mother, who got weaker and weaker. But some fruits are forbidden, a death zone for orangutans. Their forest is constantly changing. Its edges are eaten up by more and more fields and plantations. Others are expanding the habitat, planting seeds and harvesting crops.
Why am I dead?
Who owns those new fruits?
Oh no, this is different fucking.
What shall the orangutans eat? The mostly poor farmers are rather bothered by other problems. But as the business with tropical wood and palm oil started to boom, there are no limits for felling trees and slash and burn. The orangutans on Borneo and Sumatra are on the losing side. No chance for the almost blind mother. But environmentalists have been watching starving Goba as they have caught her for quite some time. The tranquilizer dart shall avoid her impending death. Remove her before she is treated as vermin by the plantation owners. But her daughter Gibi escapes the saviors. The last refuge for homeless orangutans. None of them will starve here. Emotional pain is harder to heal. There are remarkably many young orangutans at the quarantine station of SOCP, the Sumatran Orangutan Conservation Program. Most of them probably had to watch their own mother be killed on plantations. Orangutan mother Goba, who suffers from cataracts and is almost blind, recovers slowly here. But when she got to the station, she was no longer with her child. Loiza, a fit young orangutan male, has already spent 2 years of his life behind these bars. He's blind too, and couldn't survive life in the forest anymore. For Ian Singleton and his crew, injured or mutilated orangutans are part of their daily routine. They know too well that their fosterlings are only the tip of the iceberg. Loiza's story could have happened to many others of his kind. He was returned to the wild some years ago at another rescue center. But one day, he dared to come out of the forest.
One day, he wandered about 40 kilometers away from the national park boundary into some farmland around a village. And there were some farmers there with some air rifles, and they took shots at him. He was quite nice and friendly to humans, so he was probably just like amazed that humans would treat him so badly and shooting at him and stuff like that. So he didn't immediately run away. And he ended up with like 62 air rifle pellets in his body, apart from being blind and having these pellets inside him. He's fitting well. All the orangutans you see at this center, these are the lucky ones. You know, these are the survivors of the process. Most of them are dead. They don't get this far.
One day, Ian Singleton wants to provide survivors like Loiza with a suitable habitat, orangutan haven, care without cages or bars. Until enough funds are collected for this venture, blind orangutans like Loiza or Goba will be forced to spend their lives behind bars, Ian Singleton admits with a heavy heart. This selected and healthy food is probably the only consolation for these intelligent and sensible animals. In order for Goba to take part in life a little more, Ian tries something that isn't usually done at the station. Only the cage bars separate the two blind orangutans for several days. A boy and a girl. 9 months after her encounter with Loiza, Goba gives birth to twins. Will she now, after 2 years, get over the loss of her daughter who stayed in the forest? She's still alive, by the way.
Hello, Gober. Hey, nice.
As a former animal keeper, Ian heard of orangutan twins in zoos, but they are quite rare, for a good reason.
In the wild, we think it happens as well, but almost always one of the infants or even both may not survive, because it must be hard to carry baby orangutans through the treetops and find food at the same time. So the chances of a fall or an accident are probably quite high.
Such danger doesn't exist here, but life in a cage can't be a viable solution for two healthy young orangutans.
It's in their best interest to spend as long as we can with them. There's always a chance that Goba will die within the next 5 to 15 years if she really is that old. If we can eventually get these twins released into a proper forest, then her genes will contribute to the next generations in the future conservation of the species.
If Goba should survive longer, her children will be separated from her one day. The life she can only dream of now would be available to the twins. There's no growing up without fear. little orangutans also miss their mothers a lot during an examination, and they will need to get used to anesthesia too. Other orangutans must cope with worse things. Here, a motherless childhood and youth. But for the past 1.5 years, their blind mother has been a good mother for girl Ginting and boy Ganteng. She can't see the people who approach their cage today, but she has a sense of foreboding. She'd prefer to hide now in another tree. Up in the canopy, Goba had a funny feeling about it. For Vet Yenny and the strange visitors, the countdown has started. The day has come where everything could change for the 3 orangutans. But right now, Ginting and Ganteng's horror reigns over everything they encountered so far. Again, their mother has fallen deeply asleep, and they're separated from her. This will be a risky surgery. The preparation already shows the crucial point: to minimize the risk of infection after the operation. After cutting the eyelashes and hair, Goba's nails need to be clipped. The surgeon from CBM Indonesia, the Christoffel Blinden Mission, successfully replaced the opaque cornea with artificial ones on countless Indonesians already. Will Goba leave her eyes alone? Her eyelids are temporarily sutured. The medical examination shows that Ginting and Ganteng are both healthy, but they also pose an unpredictable risk for their freshly operated mother. The twins hardly realize that some work is done on the new curtains of their cage. They are panicking without their mother. Soon she will wake up. The tarpaulins protect her from bright light. The connecting door will be opened soon, so that Goba and her children will be reunited again without any interference. But after the quiet night, the next trauma can't be avoided.
I'll examine Goba now, clean her wounds and lay an infusion. She didn't eat much during the past few days, and we hope that we won't need to worry about her condition after today.
Goba reflexively tried to hit the blowgun, even though she couldn't see it. But the dart hits perfectly. The goal during the following days: avoid infection. Luckily, Goba left her sutured eyelids alone. Now Vet Yenny can undo the sutures. What about the little ones? Better keep an eye on them. Ginting and Ganteng seem to understand. It It's 3 days after the surgery. Good news for the head of the Sumatran Orangutan Conservation Program. Still, Vet Yenny and Ian Singleton think it may take weeks until Goba will be able to see well again. If infection can be avoided, that is. After that, a decision needs to be made that will be crucial for Goba.
The question now is, do we release her back into the wild? Because she lived all her life in the wild and would have no problem finding food and everything. Or is she, better served by remaining here in a new facility where we can give her a little island and some grass and some trees to climb on and stuff like that? So it's a question of quality of life now. If she is so quite elderly, so it may not be in her best interest to go back in the forest and have to compete with other young, fit orangutans and stuff like that.
Life at Janto, the reintroduction area, proved to be a bit hard for some orangutans.
He's already been in Janto, but was bitten by Sumayam, the male with the amputated arm. But it seems like he's kind of the dominant male there now, and other males are targets for him.
This is Sumayam, the boss, despite his handicap. Sometimes he comes back from the forest for a visit. He then assuages his appetite at the cages where other orangutans wait for their reintroduction. The orangutan's kingdom is on the other side of the river. How are things with the daily nest building? The rangers of Janto Reserve steadily observe the success of their former fosterlings. Suspicion of humans is a desirable thing. The orangutans shall know that keeping their distance can sometimes save their lives. Keeping Sumayam at a distance is also a good idea, both as an adolescent orangutan male and as a female who is already busy enough dealing with her offspring. Two weeks after the surgery, now Vet Yenny allows a bit more daylight to reach Goba's eyes. Better not hurry things. Another anesthesia is necessary after it could be avoided during the past 2 weeks. Then Goba received the antibiotic ointment in her sleep without her noticing.
We're slowly making progress. In 2 weeks, we might open it up completely, moving step by step. Look how the little one worries about his mother. We first feared that her children could mess with their mummy's eyes, but they didn't, luckily.
This looks pretty good, though.
Green mangoes on green leaves. How good is Goba's eyesight really? Seeing sometimes evokes fear or aggression. Her behavior clearly shows it. If Goba is now able to see what's happening behind the bars of her cage, bad memories may come back. She would be stupid if she wasn't very careful.
Fix that, though.
Gotta fix that quantity.
Such a reach shows how well she can see after 3 weeks. The twins also grow up well and healthy. And there are no doubts about the success of their mother's eye surgery anymore. But his eyesight is most likely gone forever. Loiza, the twins' father, won't be released again. But it would be great if his home wouldn't be so sparse. Despite Ginting and Gantang's successful development, they still have been living in a cage as wild animals for 4 years. This is a situation Ian couldn't bear anymore. Vet Jenny prepares a transport box and a syringe. It's a day that may lead to a new future in Goba's life. But anesthesia should be avoided with her children.
The idea is to get them to go into this little capture cage where we can separate them off. And then we know that we have them in a place where we can capture them fairly easily. And then we can focus on the mother. But if they don't go in there, it makes everything a lot more complicated.
Milk is the temptation of the hour. The animal keepers need to be very sensitive now.
If we were to get them, then we can easily ask them to turn it off for half an hour and do all this stuff. What? They're in. Okay. Right. Yeah.
Before Goba can fall into a rage because of this play, it's the blowgunner's big moment. Goba still has no clue about this decision and what it will mean for her.
The longer these two twins have in the forest with their mum, the better the chance of their overall survival. I mean, she's the ultimate teacher for those two kids. Nothing we could do would replicate that. So we want to get them out in the forest with their mum.
Goba knows the procedure in the meantime. And Ian is aware of the risks.
She usually goes high, so when we dark her, we have to be ready in case she's going to fall. And but hopefully she'll go up onto a shelf and fall asleep, and then we'll have to try and get her down from the shelf.
Once again, their mother is taken away from them. Luckily, Goba didn't fall when sleep overpowered her. Now everything must go quickly, so that their separation is as short as possible. Maybe for the last time that Jenny takes a look at Goba's eyes. Check. There's a second doctor, and off they go to the transport box. And here's the syringe with the antidote. Clutched together in fear, while their mother wakes up again, it's their turn. The plan is to lure them into a smaller box. But only daughter Ginting plays along. Gantang refuses. Now Ian Singleton has to prove his animal keeper skills. Most of the time, Loiza could hear his children and their mother from the cage opposite them. For the blind orangutan male, the world turns a bit darker now. The twins are supposed to move from their box to the one where Goba is. But it's unexpectedly quiet in there.
She's just starting to move around and explore the inside of the box a little bit, but she's still laid out on her back and obviously still quite sedated. So relax, life.
Nanti aja, masih 10 menit lagi lah.
They plan to be on their way at sundown. But Goba isn't completely awake yet.
She already awake, but we waiting until she on the sitting position and just make sure she not under anesthesia before we put together with the babies. There's a little worry if we put the babies and she's still under anesthesia. She will be trying to attack the babies because she didn't really understand what is it.
There's no way around waiting now. If their departure is delayed, the transport will need to happen during the scorching heat of the following day. But then Goba finally comes to, and the mother and her children are reunited again. Their new home will be quite wobbly, though. After the trepidation about Goba's well-being, 12 hours on Indonesian country roads are the lesser of two evils.
It's been a long day and quite a traumatic recovery, but it seems that she's okay now, so we're pretty much ready to go.
Despite the time pressure, feeding and observation are still important.
We're always wondering if we're going to have any problems or not. Once we get to Jantu, the road's pretty terrible.
Luckily, this day isn't as hot as usual. The heat would turn the box into an oven. 12 hours later, it's the vital phase of the operation. Goba seems to be wide awake, but doesn't have too much of an appetite. Time for changing the vehicle. Now that the box is even less stable than before, Goba is really concerned about her children's safety. For a good reason.
Difficult trip, this one. I mean, since yesterday, that was probably the worst sort of recovery from anesthesia that we've had. It's been a long trip. We got away late. We're coming in now. The road is really badly eroded because of all the rain we've had recently. And we still don't know if we're going to be able to get across the river with the cars. We're going to have to solve another problem once we get there. But I think we just try and get there first, and then we'll deal with that.
Those dark clouds do not bode well. They're almost there. They pass the reintroduction camp without stopping, as their last obstacle, the river's water level, continues to rise. Don't get stuck. Don't tip over. Success. The nightmare inside the wobbly box comes to an end. At least the ground stopped moving. What else is there? A new, unknown cage. The orangutan's world changed completely.
She came out without too much difficulty. I was a bit worried that she might be so angry with me. I don't really want to spend too much time here because I think the most important thing for these guys now is just to get some rest, which means just we'll put a bit of fruit out and then just leave them and let them get a good night's sleep. But it looks a lot better than she did last night, that's for sure. Yeah, I mean, she's back to her old self.
Time for the reintroduction camp's team to regain their strength as well. Saving orangutans in Sumatra requires Ian Singleton's attention in many areas. He shows the head of the camp how he is still warning the Aceh province about further disasters after the horrific tsunami in 2004. Meanwhile, the population is plagued by landslides and flooding. The destruction of the forests isn't only a threat to the orangutans. Elephants in Aceh, they will be history in 10 years' time. Poachers already use more than 300 roads that were built illegally.
Exactly the areas we predict are going to go first. It potentially takes us from this scenario, which is like the old spatial plan with all this forest off limits, to this situation where all this area in red is potentially going to be lost.
The next morning, Ian and Mukhlisin from the reintroduction camp want to see if the newcomers have recovered. They are still frightened, and Goba hasn't eaten. The two men decide to keep their distance.
I think she's still probably very suspicious of people. She's just been through a very traumatic trip, and she's probably just more focused on what's going to happen next. She has no idea that she's got 3 or 4 weeks here just to relax, but she will be sort of apprehensive about everything until she sees a few days go by that nothing really bad happens. And then I think she will start to look around and see that there's fruit out there and there's wildlife, things like that.
And other orangutans, for example, who don't only sit on the cage for making contact.
Overall, obviously knows there's food there.
Formerly reintroduced orangutans, who come by the cages once in a while, wait for their chance.
Ah, look at that. Who? Ah, Ginton. So now Ruben's begging. No, yeah, I've got it. Wow, they'll learn. That's something they have to learn. You can't mess around with these.
Freedom won't be all peaches and cream for Goba after 6 years. She may be able to see again, but her offspring doesn't really know how to cope with life in the jungle. They will be part of a wilderness where a lot of destruction takes place. In Sumatra, wild animals are often only welcome if they are of any use for business, no matter if they are mistreated, dead, or alive. When wilderness protection projects are turned into tourist attractions, orangutans who had to stay dependent risk to be presented like circus animals. These confused animals may then be marketed as wild Sumatra. Luckily, tourism is prohibited in Goba's new habitat, the Gentle Nature Reserve. It's 1 month after their arrival. For the first time, their door to freedom is open. Ginting, the 4-year-old daughter, dares to explore the new world first. It almost seems as if her stronger brother Ganteng wanted to hold her back. But what about Goba? Why does she hesitate? Ganteng wants to stay close to his mother, other than his curious sister, who is fascinated by the open door. But then, after quite some time, Goba makes her decision. The fruit are up high, especially for her 2 4-year-olds. Goba holds on to the cage until the very end, where her son Ganteng still wants to hold her back. Ginting is right by her side. Ganteng won't leave the cage, even as his mother and sister move in the direction of the forest. Just a quick glance back, that's all. He's panicking. He must feel so lost now. Can't Goba just go back and take her confused son's hand? Or would she put this unexpected chance at risk? What a relief for her. The time when she was blind and the time amongst humans falls off her. His mother's calls from a distance of 50 meters become more and more agitated. Will she be able to reach him still? It seemed as if Ganteng wasn't able to leave his inner cage. But then, he escapes it. But he won't leave the concrete foundation for now. With his 4 years of age, he can be considered a child. They are so similar to us, but still so different. Finally, Ganteng follows his mother's path. Not only Goba watches her son's next steps with excitement and suspense. Ian and the other observers also hope that the three orangutans will be quickly reunited. Goba is waiting. Will Ganteng climb up to her without hesitation and seize all that fear? There are only a few meters between them.
She still really does not like people and doesn't trust anything, and today's been traumatic for all of them. So she's very, very apprehensive. And it doesn't help that the kid is quiet. I wish he would start crying, because then she would probably react a bit quicker. Come on, very close now.
Then Goba approaches Ganteng. It's only the length of an arm now.
It's just behind you. There you go.
But neither dares to do the touch that would end the separation. Ginting follows her mother into the dense green. Did Goba just abandon her son? A young orangutan whose strongest bond seems to have lost its own strength? Maybe Goba is bothered too, by the new freedom under observation. Slowly, mother and daughter move further away from Ganteng. Only a few moments later, Ginting starts collecting branches and leaves for their nest. Ian isn't really worried about the two of them, but rather about Ganteng, who suddenly appears in a much higher tree.
They're actually getting further and further away from poor little Ganteng here, who's still sat in this tree all on his own. The weather's closing in, it's going to be dark in half an hour or something. So we have to do whatever we can to try and make sure he's safe.
They keep night watch under the tree. Wild hogs and tigers could attack him on the ground. As he can't hold onto the tree anymore due to exhaustion, he moves down. His deadliest foes are the cold and exhaustion now. Ian arrives only a short time later.
When I got here at 4, that's where I found him, and it looked quite typical, to be honest. It's been raining and damp and everything else. I was a bit concerned when I first saw him, because so I went closer, and I was amazed to find that I could actually stand right next to him and actually sort of stroke him. I wanted to see if he was warm or cold or what.
Ian considers the risk of Ganteng not being able to survive the day as too high. But as he is supposed to be caught, he escapes to a tree every time. Luckily, he seems to be stronger than expected. Periods of sleep and recovery are part of the emergency plan. And getting food into him, if possible. But mistrustful, just like his mother, he doesn't allow humans to approach him.
I mean, the poor little guy, the shock must be immense, yeah, the trauma he's going through. I mean, he's born in a cage, he spent his entire almost 4 years in a cage, and suddenly the cage has been opened and his mum and his sister have gone. He's tried to go after them, and failed. He's obviously afraid of the forest. He doesn't have the confidence there. He's struggling to climb.
But the young orangutan's will to live and the strengthening food slowly help him to turn the corner. Goba and Ginting are about 100 meters away from him in the meantime, but it doesn't seem as if she would want to get closer to her son. Life above the ground is a challenge for her daughter Ginting as well. Especially the most common orangutan technique is demanding. When Goba connects two trees like a living bridge, Ginting rarely realizes what to do. When shall she hold on to mother's fur? When is it better to climb by herself? This is usually part of the daily climbing course every young orangutan needs to master from the first day of his life in the wild. Goba needs to remember many things too. Tasty fruit don't just fall into her mouth. Tree bark sometimes must serve as infant food. Cambium below the bark is also quite filling. But isn't there something more troubling for Goba than an empty stomach? Can an orangutan mother simply abandon her child after 4 years? For mother and daughter, the second day of freedom ends like the previous, in a nest. When Goba wakes up the next morning and looks down at the observers, she doesn't know that her son is safe. The previous evening, Ginting let himself be lured back to his cage, where he instantly looked for shelter.
I still haven't given up total hope that Goba may come back. I mean, and it's possible she just wants to secure herself and get her own confidence, and then we'll think about Ginting again and come back this way and see if we can find him. In which case, if we look like she wants him and he wants to be with her, we will open the door and try that again.
Mother and daughter leave their nest in the direction of the warm sun.
I was quite shocked when she did leave him so easily. I mean, she came back for him once and that was it. He didn't follow and okay, gone. That surprised me more than anything, not the fact that she's made a pragmatic choice to try and focus on herself and Ginting and not risking all three of them by trying to take too much on.
Their long rest after waking up could imply a restless and sleepless night. It is possible that 2 children would have been too much for an orangutan mother who is not at her best of strength anymore, and with a son who doesn't stay by her side and might panic when climbing in high altitude. Taking care of only one child may be the only viable alternative for Goba. Which doesn't mean that everything from there on is child's play.
Ginting's never climbed around in trees before, and this is one of the things that worries me more than anything now, is whether Ginting is going to be sensible or whether she's going to take stupid risks and have an accident. But I think Goba also realizes the same thing and is focusing very much on making sure that Ginting is safe and not dangling herself off tiny little dead branches at 50 meters up a high tree. You know?
Some of the experiences Goba could gather years ago in this forest pay off now. She had to simply taste things, especially as her eyesight started to fade. Some leaves showed her the way to juicier fruit higher up. In the crown of an Artocarpus elasticus, a wild breadfruit tree, Goba found some treats. Other than with her daughter Gaby 6 years ago, she can now care for Ginting like any other healthy mother. The Artocarpus fruit are precious food. Luckily, there are lots of them, and other orangutan food available at the Janto Reserve. Soon, the observers on the ground are convinced that the two of them will be able to provide for themselves. With only one child to care for, Goba doesn't shy away from any giant jungle tree. No matter how patient she is, Ginting still sometimes seems to be over-challenged and shows it too. But her progress also shows. Goba would need to have far more helping hands for 2 children of this size. Ginting will get to know other orangutans one day. And Sumatra's rainforest as well.
Unmistakable and familiar to every child, the hedgehog. Even so, he still holds many secrets. These primeval-looking insectivores have populated the Earth for millions of years, almost unchanged. Time and time again, they conquered
into new habitats, and even high losses inflicted by their enemies could never seriously endanger their numbers. As Lord of Snakes or Fruit Collector, the hedgehog even plays a leading role in many old folktales. And he is never too shy to make a cheeky appearance. But what does it actually look like, the year of the hedgehog? Autumn. With thick fog and a fireworks display of colour, the year enters its final round. The rapidly shortening days and falling temperatures cause the leaves to dance to the ground in their hundreds of millions. The squirrel is already getting ready for the approaching winter, eating fatty nuts and hoarding them in its food caches. The edible dormouse hibernates and has to pack on enough fat reserves to last it for months. The hedgehog is also considered a true hibernator. For weeks, he's been searching tirelessly for energy-rich food. He's already put on some fat reserves for the cold winter months. He needs to weigh at least 500 grams to survive his long sleep. The autumn crocus is among the last blooms of the year, but the hedgehog is after something else. Delicious windfalls provide him with an abundance of food in autumn. The available food supply drops along with the temperatures, and so the hedgehog wanders through even larger areas in search of something edible. In the meadow's grassy jungle, another small thief is searching for food as well, the shrew. Although it closely resembles a mouse, the shrew is not a rodent but an insectivore, and thus a near relative of the hedgehog. Its high metabolic rate requires it to eat almost constantly, or else it quickly starves. Some consume insects and worms equivalent to their own weight each day. Bats are also gluttonous insectivores. Although they have taken another evolutionary path, they are nevertheless closely related to shrews and hedgehogs. Bats are entirely nocturnal creatures that feed on flying insects. Their food supply vanishes completely during the cold season's frost. Their only chance to survive is to hibernate. Species like the greater mouse-eared bat gather by the hundreds in autumn before the upcoming hibernation. As early as October, some nights may see the ground temperature drop to around freezing. Yet young and undernourished hedgehogs are still wandering around in their search for more food. Young hedgehogs that protract their foraging too far into late autumn are in great danger. Once the outside temperature drops below 6 degrees Celsius, hedgehogs slip into a light drowse. If the temperature fails to rise, they may freeze to death. Now it's high time to search for shelter. Hedgehogs don't dig their own burrows, but look for existing hollows under hedges and shrubs. The The entrance to the nest is usually camouflaged by dense vegetation and difficult to access for their enemies. Insulating foliage and soil make sure the temperature inside never drops below freezing, even if the thermometer shows minus 20 degrees Celsius outside. From October to April, the hedgehog's nest provides him a safe place to stay. The dormouse leaves his burrow for the last time this year too.
We're live and on fire.
This rodent's diet includes a wide variety of fruits and plants. Hazelnuts are particularly sought after by the dormouse just before it hibernates. Their high fat content makes them an ideal energy supply. Before the long sleep, it's a virtue among dormice to be overweight. Near the end of the year, the temperatures seldom rise above freezing. Now it's only a matter of time until frost and snow dominate the land. Dormice prefer to keep their winter quarters in hollow tree trunks, but occasionally they may also be found in the attics of country houses. Quite frequently, several animals share a nest, so they can warm each other during their sleep, which some years can last up to 7 months. Even if everything is frozen solid outside, life always finds a way. The hedgehog is capable of reducing his metabolism to an absolute minimum. His entire body is now running in power save mode. His body temperature drops by up to 30 degrees. His heartbeat slows from 170 beats per minute to about 5.
Oh, this one's white devil, but my main is super cracker.
Because of this astounding reduction of vital functions, the hedgehog's hibernation is also called the small death.
Ah, so you brought this fucking...
It's the only way he can survive the frost and cold for up to half a year.
From thunder, so we're back online, everything's up and going.
But hedgehogs inhabit more than the temperate climate zones. They populate the entire old world.
Is the Discord up?
Yes, sir.
The desert hedgehog is perfectly adapted to life in dry zones.
By the end of the day, probably.
Since there are no cold winters in the African deserts, this species doesn't hibernate.
Very good.
The desert hedgehog grows to a mere 20 centimeters and weighs no more than 500 grams. He is generally more brightly colored than his temperate zone cousins, and thus well adjusted to his surroundings. One of his defining characteristics is a pair of large pointed ears. They are dense with countless blood vessels that radiate any surplus body heat. Insects, lizards, and even poisonous scorpions are part of his diet. The sting of yellow scorpions can be particularly dangerous, even for a human being. Once the desert hedgehog captures a poisonous scorpion, he immediately bites off the sting. Without it, the arachnid is defenseless and a meal the hedgehog can consume in peaceful safety. In our part of the world, the sun is regaining its strength by March. Gradually, the icy armor melts and winter nears its end. The hedgehog is extremely sensitive to weather changes near his nest. The last day's vernal temperatures stimulated his so-called wake-up phase. Hormonal influences mobilize his fat reserves for body heat production. His heart beats faster and his body temperature keeps rising. This wake-up phase can last for several hours. The spring awakening can't be delayed any longer. Life returns everywhere. Cold and frost are only a memory. Meanwhile, the hedgehog has completely shaken off his hibernation. Usually, he leaves his winter quarters by April. During the winter months, he lost about 40% of his weight. Now the order of the day is to quickly regain strength. The immediate search for food and water is imperative for his launch into another year. Although hedgehogs are mostly nocturnal, in spring, hunger drives them out during the day too. Even in bright sunshine, the spiky fellow's vision is only moderate. Hedgehogs rely mainly on their fine sense of smell and excellent hearing to get their bearings. The sounds of rustling leaves and flowing water are helpful acoustic markers. In spring, the hedgehogs prove their adaptability and resilience time and time again. On their search for food, they even cross extended snowfields. Equally fearless, the hardy common frogs are unimpressed by the last patches of snow. Encouraged by the spring sun, one after another, they set out, still somewhat stiff-legged, for their spawning ponds. Even though, according to the calendar, it's been spring for quite a while, the icy wind returns, driving snowflakes.
Your Discord link
Winter reports
ain't
back
working.
briefly, dotting snow crystals between the spring flowers. For the hedgehog, weakened by his hibernation, this is a particularly dangerous time. He usually can't find his winter burrow anymore. With no suitable shelter, a severe cold spell may mean his death. But soon, spring cannot be detained any longer, and the hibernating insects awaken too. Ground beetles discharge a smelly secretion upon touch, but they are still the hedgehog's favorite prey. Countless snowmelt puddles provide ideal opportunities to drink. The hedgehog needs plenty of liquid in spring because during his hibernation he didn't drink anything. Frog spawn is probably not the hedgehog's preferred flavor, but when they are hungry enough, amphibian caviar may be on their menu too. Once the trees are in full flower, the hardships of winter are finally past. In climatically favored regions, as in the south of Austria, hedgehogs thrive particularly. These heat islands provide a wealth of tasty insects. Here, the European green lizard shares its habitat with the hedgehogs. Meetings rarely occur though, because the lizard loves direct sunlight, which hedgehogs tend to avoid. The European bee-eater also prefers a Mediterranean microclimate and is frequently found in wine-growing regions. In wine country, the hedgehogs thrive as well. The near-natural landscapes, which are rarely mowed, offer an ideal environment for these spiky inhabitants. Despite their stubby legs, no more than 10 centimeters long, hedgehogs are capable long-distance runners. They can cover more than 2 kilometers in a single day.
Physics.
Fuck.
Peace.
No.
Hold it right there, sir.
Hey, what's up?
Hold it
It's
right
Welch.
there, boy. What's your...
Yep, I got you.
Come again, you said what's your
I
big
am-
tag?
Skull Cruncher, 373.
You been here before, boy?
Yes, I have there.
You in the Discord?
Yeah, I'm the one who donated.
All right.
Yeah.
All
Hell
right,
yeah.
come on in, man.
Thank you, brother. Thank
Oh,
you.
it's locked. Hold on, let me come down and lock it for you.
Thank you, brother.
down there in the Humvee. Hold it right there, boy. You at the gate. Hold it right there. You fellas got microphones? You down there in the pit. Microphone's on, boys.
I gave him a chance.
Hold it right there, boy. You got a microphone?
Let that boy come.
Gamer tag, sir.
Boy. Oh, baby boy.
You hear me, sir?
What's up, Zero? It's me. Again. That boy killed me. That's what I'm saying.
Take my headset off.
Y'all hear me?
Crap. Hey, we locked in? Oh, he's got his gun. I don't want to get shot.
Y'all can't hear me?
He's got a pew pew.
Ooh, pew pew. A big pew.
You got pew pew. You got pew pew over there. You got extra one of those pew pews.
You're gonna use it on you.
Don't use it on me. Look.
Use it on him, not me. I'm happy. I paid.
Yeah, shoot yourself in the head.
I do want that helmet though. It's a pretty sexy helmet. I'm not gonna lie.
Hey, what's up, Saturn? How you been there, Buster?
Oh shit.
Hey, what you switching pieces?
Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit.
Why you got a fully auto?
I mean, to be fair, pretty funny.
He switched from a 308 to a 556. That made no sense.
Both are good. Both will kill him, man.
A lot of caffeine today.
That's fair enough. I drink like 3 monsters at work.